Let the house please be in order. Please stand this morning as we are led in prayer. The gentleman from Grenada will introduce our guest minister for the day, and then please remain standing for the pledge. Gentleman from Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure today to introduce to this robust and very honorable membership a young man in my community, Richard Flott, who is absolutely one of the most impressive young men that's ever come into my life and my family's life. He's a young man that is a member of the Grenada Church of God. He preaches and he spreads the word of God throughout our community in North Mississippi. And it's an honor for me to introduce Mr. Flott to open up this session today in prayer. 18-year-old man is the son of Andrew and Crystal Flott in Grenada. And I introduce to you right now Mr. Richard Flott. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to tell you what an honor it is to be here, and most of all, what an honor it is to be able to pray. Bow your heads with me, please. Heavenly Father, I come to you this morning, Lord. I thank you for this beautiful day that you have blessed us with, Lord. I thank you for allowing each of us to make it here safely this morning. And most of all, I thank you for allowing each of us to have another day here on this earth. Lord, I pray for your will to be done and the decisions that will be made today. And Lord, I pray for each man and each woman in office here that you will lead them and guide them in the right direction to make the right decisions for this great state in which we know as Mississippi. Lord, I pray for each soul across this nation today, whether they may be struggling or whether they may be lost from you. I pray that you will wrap them up in your loving arms and let them know that Scripture says you'll never leave them nor forsake them, that you're right there with them throughout the midst of their troubles, Lord. Lord, I pray for the military men and women who are overseas every day laying their lives on the line and serving this country so that we can live in a free country, Lord, because freedom isn't free. I pray your shield of protection over them, that you will continue to provide them with the strength and the motivation to keep pressing forward every day. Lord, I pray for your peace to be in this room today, and that you will lead and guide each of us in this room today throughout the rest of our days here on earth. Lord, I thank you for sending your one and only Son, Jesus, to die a self-sacrificial death on that old rugged cross at Calvary so that we would have the choice to make where we could have a personal relationship with him today. Thank you, Jesus. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Attention, salute, pledge.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the counter, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, it is my pleasure and delight to introduce my niece, Haley Warren, who is here with me today doing some job shadowing. She is from Gulfport, a graduate of Gulfport High School. She's a senior at Ole Miss, but don't hold that against her. She is in political science and history and may want to go into a little public service. So please be a good example for her today, behave well, and welcome her to the Mississippi Capitol.
Welcome, young lady. Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for an introduction.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like for you to help me make welcome to North Gallery the Chancellor from the 17th District on behalf of Representative Cockerham, Representative Harness, and myself, Judge Vincent Davis in the North Gallery. There are two other chancellors, but I'll defer to my colleague from Amite County to introduce them who are up there. Thank you.
Welcome, Judge. Good to have you here today. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two teams in the North and South Gallery. I'm going to start in the North where Representative Yancey is standing. This is the Hartfield Academy dance team. They won double state championships this year in medium varsity palm category and the medium varsity kick category. Their coaches are Addison Smith, Taylor Wilbro, and manager Sarah Bray Everett. Please congratulate them on my behalf.
You have further introduction, gentlemen? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right. Now in the South Gallery, I have the Hartfield Varsity Cheer Team. They won the state championship this year for the MAIS, and their coaches are Jody Gentry and Jill Johnson. Everybody congratulate them for their state championship, please.
Congratulations, ladies, on a great year. Gentlemen, I got to see them both in person perform, and they were outstanding. Unfortunately, they were cheering for the other team and not for my team. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter. He passes. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman.
In that North Gallery, with all those pretty girls up there, my granddaughter is up there, and I'd like for her to wave at y'all.
Lady from Amite, Ms. Cockerham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Representative Porter, Representative Harness, Representative Mims, and myself, please help us make welcome in the North Gallery our chancellors, Judge Debbie Alford and Judge Wayne Smith.
Welcome. Good to have you here today. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For all of us that have been here for a moment, we remember when we had complications with cosmetology. Mr. Chair of Appropriations, I'm getting your attention. The lady that's responsible for cleaning up the Board of Cosmetology and for making certain that we don't have any more checks in the file cabinets is here visiting with us, Ms. Sharon Clark. Please make her welcome.
Welcome, Ms. Clark. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I may be duplicating what the gentleman from Lauderdale just did, but I see Michael Cawthorn up there, the board president of the Barber Board, and I'd like for you to make him welcome. And I do want to recognize Sharon Clark, Executive Director of the Cosmetology Board, and Debbie Coker, a board member of the Cosmetology Board. We've done an awful lot of work this session to get those boards together, and they are up there, Unified Cosmetology and Barber Board. Let's give them a big hand.
That's what we do, gentlemen, right? We're bringing them together, right? That's what we like. All right. This time I'll yield to our head page Camille Waller will introduce our pages for the week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have 19 pages this week. Dawson Barber from Fulton, Zion Holmes from Belzoni, Bradison Ivy from Shannon, Corday Kitchens from Jackson, Annabelle Manzel from Clinton, Levi McLeod from Brandon, Molly McNeil from Pascagoula, William Nelson IV from Madison, Brooke Prestwood from Jackson, Jayla Ramsey from Macomb, Coretta Richardson from Okolona, Isabella Runyon from Laurel, Ariana Simmons from Tylertown, Matthew Simmons from Brandon, Riley Tingle from Beaumont, Bladen Van Noy from Terry, Ivy Wallace from Clinton, Jacoby Washington from Belzoni, and Ethan Williams from Ocean Springs. Thank you.
All right, we will recognize, we're not ready yet. I think we have 3 special guests, but none of those are. Okay, we're swapping out some special guests in the gallery. We'll give them just a moment. Gentlemen, while we wait on our coaches, I believe the gentleman from Rankin's got a couple of items he wants to concur on while our special guests are here. Gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4 on the concurrence, non-concurrence calendar, House Bill number 313.
Is your motion to concur, gentlemen?
Motion is to concur.
You are recognized to explain your concurrence.
This is a merger between the Mississippi State Board of Cosmetology and the State Board of Barber Examiners. We've worked with them on this bill. They're here today in the North Gallery. The changes that the Senate made once it left our chamber were to add the words "and barbering" where it was accidentally left off. It just said Cosmetology Board. And then they added 5 elected delegates from the Mississippi Aesthetics Association to give them representation on the board. And then there was a place where they deleted the words shampoo and condition to allow people to still be able to shampoo and condition people's hair without a license. And those were the changes, and so I move that we concur. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions of the gentleman. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. I yield.
Yes, sir. You said there are what appointments to the board, this new board?
Five members of the Mississippi Aesthetics Association.
5 members of aesthetics?
And there's 5 members of every other group already on the board. So it makes it all, they all have 5 members.
Are you 100% certain about that, Mr. Chairman? 5 members of every other aspect on that board?
This may be the council instead of the board.
I think it might be.
Okay.
There are 5 members of each association on
the council.
On the council.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Now, with regard to the board, I have a very serious concern regarding this alignment on the board because cosmetologists in the state of Mississippi make up over 30,000 members.
Okay.
Barbers only make up only about 3,000 or 4,000 members.
What's your concern, gentlemen?
My concern is with the number that are being allocated to the board. What's the total number of allocations?
There are 3 members of the cosmetology board, 3 members from the barber board, and 1 member is the state health officer.
And 5 estheticians.
That's on the council, which is different from the board.
Okay, I understand the difference between the two.
Yeah.
That's correct, but that's how you started out.
Yeah.
Okay, with regard to
just trying to get it done while they're present here in the building, all in agreement, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I don't see any further questions.
I move final passage.
He moves final passage on the concurrence. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. All right, I recognize the gentleman from Rankin, Chairman of Rules.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will direct your attention to the North and South Gallery, we have Representative Oliver in the South Gallery, and we are commending the Winona High School football team for winning the MHSAA Class 3A State Championship. And let's all give them a round of applause, please.
Congratulations, gentlemen, on a great year. I followed you from afar, and y'all had a great season. I think the motto was play 15 and win the last one. Wasn't that it? And y'all did that. You represented your community and your families and your homes well, and you're to be commended on an awesome year. Congratulations, Representative Oliver. Is Coach hiding around that corner? I can't see him. Congratulations, Coach Tompkins. Great year. Proud of y'all. All right, I'll ask Sergeant at Arms at this time to bring in our next special guest. Okay, I recognize the chairman rules.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Colin Community College Lady Wolves softball team, and today we are commending them for winning the 2023 NJCAA Division II Softball National Championship. And with that, I will turn it over to Representative Mangold to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I present to you the 2023 National Champion Junior College Softball Team. Okay, we're here after a long road of travel through the season last year. They go all the way through the state. They finished second in the state. I'm not going to say who we finished second to, but we took care of that business later. And so then we go to regionals, and then we get there, and we have to take on Pearl River to go to the national tournament. And so they send their best pitcher out, and they send her to the dugout. So then we proceed on to nationals, and after all is said and done, we go all the way to South Carolina to play Jones. We could have played that right here in Mississippi somewhere, but we go all the way to South Carolina to play Jones. And obviously you can see the result, because Jones is not here on the podium. Just saying. So we're proud of y'all for what y'all have done. We thank y'all for representing us well. Coach, would you like to say a few words? Or
I would just like to thank y'all so much for allowing us to come today and be recognized. This is a huge honor, and probably need to go ahead and book this date for next year because we're planning on coming back.
Okay, all right, come right here.
Get your picture, and then we got a question.
Okay. Yeah, all y'all scoot up, get where you can be seen. Oh yeah, put that right there. All right, there's Miss Natalie's in the back. Oh, you got it? All right. Okay, all right, we're ready for you, sir.
Coach, I wanted to congratulate you again on a great year and your leadership for your team and representing our state well. Even if you did have to go all the way to South Carolina to beat another Mississippi team for a national championship, we're still proud of your accomplishments. What you probably don't know is that this body has been challenged by the Alabama House of Representatives in a charity softball game for this summer. And I'm sad to report we've had a few practices, and it's not been pretty. So with that, our designated House of Representatives coach, the gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith, he is seeking recognition. You see his name's on the board. He wants to ask you a question or two, maybe about how he might get the same sort of effort and out of his players. Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Coach, I've got a challenge on my hands here. We got to go play the Alabama House of Representatives with this body. We need help. Would any of y'all, would any of you young ladies be willing to help us out? If you do, leave your name to the speaker. Thank y'all. Congratulations.
I think practice is at Trustmark Park today at like 3 for anybody who wants. 2:30. Gentleman said 2:30. All right. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey. Do you have a question?
Introduction out of order.
Give me 1 second. All right.
They're over the city.
All right, y'all, I do know we have one other special guest, but they are still over in the deliberative body on the other end of the building, so it may be a little bit. All right, I will recognize the gentleman from Rankin for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring your attention to all the awesome football players we have in the North and the South Gallery. These are the 14-0 Hartfield Hawks football team, state champions. We have a resolution commending and congratulating them and their head coach, Craig Bowman, for winning the Mid-South Association of Independent Schools 6A State Football Championship, and Representative Brent Powell is up here in the gallery with them. Please help make them welcome. Would you guys please stand? I see Payne Weaver up there too.
Congratulations on a great year, coaches, players. Unfortunately, I got to experience this team firsthand as well. Good team, great coaches, great year. You're to be congratulated. You represented your school, your community, and your families well. Congratulations. All right, we will go back to the concurrence or non-concurrence calendar. I believe the gentleman from Covington, Chairman of Elections, had several items.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 6, House Bill 1135, and invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 6, House Bill 1135, is to invite conference. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Go to item number 7, House Bill 1406, and move to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 7, House Bill 1406, is to invite conference. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And then, Mr. Speaker, go down to item number 17, House Bill 1035, and move to concur.
Gentleman's motion is to concur on House Bill 1035. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain your concurrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that we had passed pretty overwhelmingly that would say that Justice Court judges would fall in line with all other judges and that they would be nonpartisan. The only changes that the Senate made were that they clarified the language that Justice Court judges are part-time positions as opposed to your circuit and chancery and county court judges. And then the other thing they did is that they brought into parity the filing fee between the chancery, circuit, and county court judges. There was a discrepancy there, and they brought them all together. And those are the only changes the Senate made. Yield for questions.
Questions of the gentleman. Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
What was the last statement you made about the parity aspect of the...
There was a discrepancy. Chancery and circuit court judges, their filing fee is like $100, and county court is like $15. It's a big discrepancy, so they brought county up to the same thing as circuit and chancery.
Okay, do they election cycle the same as it always has been, or did we change the cycle on the nonpartisan?
For the Justice Court, or for
yes,
Justice Court stays how it is.
All right, thank you.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And gentlemen, on the designation of them being actually part-time, now how does that impact them in the retirement system?
It doesn't.
So they were always
part,
since you said they were, I just want to be clear, because we don't want to, I mean,
no.
I don't want my Justice Court judge to be in some different
so
situation.
the reason it matters, lady, is that if an attorney runs for circuit judge, chancery judge, or county court judge, they are not allowed to practice law. Those are considered full-time positions. But if an attorney runs for justice court judge, that's considered a part-time position. They can still practice law.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Well, gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Did I understand you said you're going to bring the Justice Court filing fees up to what they are in Chancery and Circuit Court?
No, sir. Filing fees for Justice Court are not affected. They're kept the same. The
Okay.
county court was different than Chancery and Circuit.
Okay, so the county court.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions of the gentleman.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Geis.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to go to item number 5, House Bill 652, and invite conference. Move to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 5, House Bill 652, is to invite conference. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Benton, Mr. Massengill. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item 15, House Bill 120, and concur.
You're recognized. Gentleman's motion is to concur on item 15, House Bill 120. You're recognized to explain your concurrence, gentlemen.
Had a couple of changes on line 1. We changed Mississippi Highway 145, U.S. Highway 45 to Mississippi Highway U.S. 278, and the Senate added on Section 2, a road in Tishomingo County in Iuka to be named after Dr. Kelly S. Seegers, Sr. and Martha Seegers, Memorial Highway. And that's the explanation.
Questions of the gentleman regarding the concurrence? Gentleman from Prentice, did you have a question? Gentleman from Clark. I got you. All right. I don't see any questions. Open the machine. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Item 23, House Bill 1123, and invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 23, House Bill 1123, is to invite conference. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will next recognize the gentleman from Lee. Chairman of Banking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take up item number 8, House Bill 1577, and concur.
Gentleman's motion on item 8, House Bill 1577, is to concur. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain your concurrence.
Thank you. So what the Senate did, the Senate removed the amendment that we made asking that counties and school districts notify banks by email. There was some unintended consequences with this that banks came up with, as like, if there's turnover, who would get the email, what email address do we use? And so there's a lot of questions about that. So we have decided we will work on that issue in the off season and try to clarify that next year. And also they added a line saying that we will not enter into any of these new agreements with financial institutions during the last year of a 4-year term. And that's my explanation.
Questions of the gentleman? Anyone have a question? I've got a few names on my board, but it's not about this bill. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Well, the gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
It kind of got my attention. You said that they, during the last year of the term, that they couldn't change in an agreement. I didn't get that full understanding. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so the purpose of this bill was in the bidding process of counties and school districts, cities, municipalities, and entering in agreements with financial institutions.
That's right.
And so the language that the Senate added was saying that in the last year of a 4-year term that we have, that they would not enter into any of those agreements. I think the idea behind that was one board make a decision, and then the next year a new board might come in and they are saddled with the decision that the board made the year before.
So with this particular matter about the county depository or city depository, that means that at the end of that term of those officials, that agreement also terminates, is what you're saying.
Well,
it's not binding on the new board coming in.
Well, it just says that they cannot enter in a new agreement within that last year of that term, but it doesn't mean that the term that they already have is nullified.
So if they have an agreement and they cannot enter a new agreement for the last year of the term,
well, they would need to enter in a new agreement before that last year comes up.
And it would be binding on a new group coming in?
Yes.
For how long?
For 4 years.
So the group going out can bind the new term for the next 4 years coming in. Is that what you're saying? I don't understand.
You're confusing me.
Well, you're confusing me. That's why I want to try to find out. Are we saying that the contract ends with the term of the people that enter the contract, or you saying that they can enter a contract and be binding on a new group coming in that will assume office for the next 4 years? Which is which?
Yeah. So a board can enter into a contract with a financial institution within the 3 year, at any point within that the first 3 years of that term. Once they start that agreement or that contract with that financial institution, then that is in effect for basically the next 4 years until they have to rebid it.
What's wrong with what they're doing now, though?
Well, like I said, the Senate felt that if they come in that very last year and enter into an agreement with a financial institution, then that makes the new board kind of saddled with that agreement.
Yeah, but that's bad politics. Just bad politics, bad law, and it doesn't correct anything, and doesn't change anything, and doesn't do anything for anybody but mess some things up.
Thank you.
Thank me nothing. Let's get it straightened out.
I move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. I don't see any further questions. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 85 yeas, 13 nays, the bill passes. All right. I recognize Chairman of Rules, gentleman from Rankin, to recognize our, I believe, last special guest of the day. Gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized. Y'all give him your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will direct your attention to the North Gallery, along with Representative Byrd, we have members of the Taipei Economic Council, and we are commending our friendship with them and encouraging further economic ties. Let's all give them a round of applause.
Thank y'all for being here. Welcome. We appreciate you, and we appreciate our ties with your economic development and your government. We thank you for being here. Commend Representative Byrd for furthering those relations. All right, gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 2, House Bill 331. We want not to concur, but to invite conference.
Right. Gentleman's motion on item 2, House Bill 331, is not to concur, but to invite conference. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 16, House Bill 819, invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 16, House Bill 819, is to invite conference. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 20, House Bill 1489, and invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 20, House Bill 1489, is to invite conference. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, does any other chairman have an item on the concurrence, non-concurrence? Chairman of Rules, you wish to take up your resolutions? Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 26, House Bill 783. The motion is not to concur, but to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 26, House Bill 783, is to invite conference. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Chairman of Rules, you're recognized. We're on the rules calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take a few up in block. Let's start with item number 5, H.R. 121. Item 6, H.R. 126. Item 7, H.R. 127. Item 8, 128. Item 9, 129. Item 10, 130. And item 11, 131. Now I'd like to call those up in block.
Items 5 through 11 on the rules calendar.
Yes, sir.
I'll give the membership a second to look over these. The gentleman would like to call these up in block, these House resolutions. Does any member wish to have any of these set aside? I don't see anyone seeking recognition. Any further explanation, gentlemen?
That is my explanation.
Gentleman moves adoption of these resolutions. If you favor the resolutions in block, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
I yield.
All right, I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. We will recess for lunch. My understanding is accountability, efficiency, and transparency has a bill that was double referred to Ways and Means and AET. So upon recess, I believe the gentleman's going to call a meeting. We will come back after lunch. I'm getting some acknowledgement over here. All right, gentlemen from Itawamba, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I have a bill I'd like to take up.
All right. What calendar is it on, gentlemen?
Today's calendar is the last bill on the general calendar.
Come forward, gentlemen. All right, we are on the general calendar. I believe the only item we have, Senate Bill 3099. Chairman, you're recognized.
I'd like to call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Senate version of the bill we passed earlier in the House. There were two changes that the Senate made. One changes the repeal date to 2027, and we were at 2028, and it puts a cap on it at $1 million, and it provides tax credits for employers for skills training that's run through the community colleges, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. You move final passage?
Move final passage.
It moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Sunflower, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recognition out of order.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, in the North and South galleries, along with Representative Tracy Rosebud, we have the Charleston High School Tiger football team, along with their coach, Mr. LaDon Taylor, and they are the 2023 2A football champions. If you would make them feel welcome as they stand.
Congratulations, gentlemen, on a great year. You represented your communities and your school well. You're to be commended for it. Congratulations. All right, I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. Does Madam Clerk have any announcements? Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
I'm sorry, I pushed my button.
You're good.
I just wanted to introduce a lady that comes to the Capitol every Tuesday and prays over us as we just pursue God's will in this room. And her name is Miss Gail Gilbert. And would you stand up, Miss Gail? She prays for you by name. And I just wanted you to see and acknowledge her because she is truly a prayer warrior. All these, I'm sorry. Would y'all, prayer team, please stand up. Mississippi Government Prayer Team right here. Thank y'all so much for doing what you do for us.
Thank you, lady. And thank you all for what you do. Lord knows we need it. Thank you. Clerk's office have any announcements? Madam Clerk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Accountability, efficiency, and transparency will meet after recess in room 103.
She steal your thunder, gentlemen? All right. I don't see any further announcement. I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 1:30. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House will stand in recess until 1:30. Let the House please come back to order. Y'all give Madam Clerk your attention. I believe she's got a very small report from the Committee on Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A report on committees of Ways and Means and Accountability, Efficiency, and Transparency. Senate Bill number 2990, Taxation of Oilfield Services, Restructure, Title Sufficient, Do Pass as amended with a strike all.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Recognize the gentleman from Tate, Chairman of Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to for concurrence or non-concurrence calendar, it's going to be on page 14, item 13.
Yes, sir.
House Bill 1417, I'd move to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 13, House Bill 1417, is to invite conference. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
The next item, item 14, House Bill 1660, invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on House Bill 1660 is to invite conference. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Moving down the list, item 21, House Bill 1589, would move to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion is to invite conference on House Bill 1589. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
The next item, 22, House Bill 1647, same motion, move to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on House Bill 1647 is to invite conference. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes. I'm sorry, lady. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
So much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I was constituent. Can the gentleman tell us why we're inviting conference on this? I had some questions about this one.
Why are we inviting conference, lady?
Yes. What is it that we're in disagreement with the Senate?
Well, it's got a reverse repealer in it, so we'd like to consider it for becoming law.
Okay, but we have debated the exchange. Well, let me ask you this. In this bill, does it create a state health care exchange?
This is the House bill, and yes, it would change the federal exchange to a state exchange.
Okay, and in this bill, does it outline what the basic benefit packages will be for each level of the insurance package that's going to be presented, available to the people?
Not in that much detail. The original House version gave that authority to the Department of Insurance, and that's one of the issues that we're going to debate in conference, lady, hopefully.
Okay, and so what was the Senate's position?
On what point exactly?
On whether they wanted the insurance commissioner to do it or whether they wanted the legislature to do it?
No, I mean, the Senate's position was to include the Department of Insurance in the program.
Okay, so we're going to conference, but normally, because I've been listening to y'all, just invite conference, but we generally will tell the House that there is a difference, and that's why we're going to conference. So in that, and I voted against this bill, that's why I'm trying to find out what is the hang up, because I'm probably going to be one you to keep. I wish you killed this terrible bill. Can you tell us what the hang up is between us and the Senate?
Lady, well, it's got a reverse repealer in it. So the Senate had a hearing on it. They discussed a lot of things. When it came down to it, they didn't put a lot of that in the bill. They just inserted a reverse repealer in the bill as the main change they made. So from a policy standpoint, we don't really know what the Senate's position is, but we hope to learn that in conference.
Okay, and again, I guess I'm asking then, you have told me that the House's position is that we want the insurance commissioner to develop the benefit packages under the state health care exchange, right? And
No.
there is no difference in those two positions between the Senate and the House.
The House position was simply to take the move from a federal exchange that they're currently on, move it over to a state exchange that we run, meaning the state controls. We gave the Department of Insurance the authority to adopt rules and regulations. We included certain tax credits and other tax benefits to invite insurance companies to participate in the exchange, to make it a more robust exchange whereby the policies and the premiums, or the products that are offered on that plan would include lower premiums, better benefits, so it would be more competitive, which would ultimately provide better insurance for the people who are on it. We also included tax breaks for the for the healthcare provider to participate in network in the exchange. Lady, we think we can do a better job running it than the federal government.
Okay, and I'm not going to debate that with you. My only concern, gentlemen, about this is to make sure that the benefit package that is provided by the state, because you agree that the state has to provide an essential benefit package, because that's what the Obamacare Affordable Care Act requires, right?
I haven't looked at that lately, lady. I don't know.
Well, gentlemen, the Affordable Care Act requires that on the exchange there is a benefit package that has to be provided. It's 5 or 6 or 7 different things that have to be done. But the difference that you would have with a federal exchange as opposed to a state exchange, so the House will know, it's just like Medicare will let you have 75 home health visits, and maybe Medicaid will let you have 50. And what we want to make sure of, gentlemen, and I'm sure you do as well, is that we want to make sure that we're not diminishing the benefit package for Mississippians. And that's why I keep asking you, because that's the only point of contention that I have. So would the House's position be on that particular issue, that we would keep the same essential benefit package benefits that the federal exchange gives to Mississippians right now?
No.
So if we don't do that, we'll be doing less.
No.
Well,
no.
Explain to me how, if you don't do that one, if you don't do exactly what they're doing.
Well, same is the same. It's like 2 equals 2, and if 3 is more than 2 and 1 is less than 2, so it could go up, it could go down.
Well, it wouldn't.
3 is more, 1 is less. We want more.
But it wouldn't go up if it's the federal exchange,
No.
because the federal exchange is at the highest, is at the zenith of the benefit package.
No, lady, you asked if the goal or the House position was for it to be the same. That is your exact question amongst a long statement that you made.
Of the
and
federal.
The point you're making is that, no, we want it to be better than what's offered on the federal exchange. So that would be more benefits, better benefits.
Well, again, I'm not going to, just so you and I can understand, the ACA sets out a specific benefit package that the state exchange will have to adopt. That's the law. They have to do that.
Yep.
But what they don't have to do, gentlemen, is they don't have to give these poor people the same benefits within that essential benefit package. And that is what I was asking, is that what we're going to do? So obviously, we'll, I guess, have to wait to see what y'all bring from conference.
We want better benefits, more benefits, better benefits. That's the goal.
More benefits, better benefits.
You got it.
I'm gonna write that down, gentlemen.
Please do.
So when we get that conference report back, we'll see.
Hey, thank you, lady.
Okay, come on, give me the.
It's what they used to call more better, lady. They used to call it more better. We got a highway commissioner's slogan is more faster. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I think that the main consideration that we ought to be dealing with is make sure that we keep the cost down to the employees or to our constituent who, in fact, is our employees. Will the cost be the same, less, or more? Because I know there's always some money involved when you talk about insurance, particularly exchanging in switching from one to another.
I guess I'm confused, Jim, because your question stated employees. Who are we talking about here?
The benefits that the employees gain from the exchange.
Are we talking about state employees? Because, I mean, state employees have state health insurance. Has nothing to do with the exchange. So I'm just confused.
State employees have no cost involved in this initiative. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess.
Okay, could you repeat that question again? I'll be happy to answer it.
Is there a cost for the employees involved in us adopting this exchange?
Gentlemen, the exchange does not deal with our employees. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I can't answer that question.
Well, thank you. You did answer.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Well, gentlemen, you.
I knew it.
You know, I'm curious. I hadn't asked this question before, but why are we going to a state exchange now as opposed to the year before? Has anything to do with our actions on Medicaid expansion or anything that nature?
I mean, gentlemen, I wrote the bill this year. I've generally always been in favor of an exchange. I was in favor of it 10, 12 years ago. I thought it was a little bit silly when we didn't do our own exchange 10 or 12 years ago. Don't mind saying that now, but we took what the federal government gave us regardless, and we had no say-so in really how that has crafted policy over the last 10 years. So we kind of have taken what we've gotten. I just think, you know, there's a lot of debate, a lot of conversations about how we can improve health outcomes and health, the way to provide or improve health care.
Let me say this. I'm not
in Mississippi this year, and so this is something that we think can add to a better health outcome, more opportunity for better health care now.
Well, I've always felt that way. I agree. I didn't know you felt that way. I was wondering why we had never done a state exchange.
Thank you.
That's why I was wondering what was the impetus now. You know, sometimes context matters. I didn't, you know, there have been, some of us have felt like a state exchange was one that we control the benefits, control the premiums, the things that we could have some say-so over. And I didn't know it was anybody unlike me that was interested in that.
Well, you know, gentlemen, we had a Republican insurance commissioner back then who tried to implement that, but it didn't happen.
Right. He was for a state exchange, and we wouldn't give it to him.
Yeah.
But we're giving it to him. That's why I want to know what happened.
Here we are.
All right.
I'm glad we're having this debate now.
I'll ask you some other time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions on the gentleman's motion to invite conference. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Moving on. The next item, 24, I'd move to invite conference.
Gentleman's motion on item 24, House Bill 1665, is to invite conference. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had some additions to the calendar. I'm just trying to make sure we get this right. If we could go to the Ways and Means calendar, please. I would move to take up item 1, Senate Bill 3070, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you've got a strike all, gentlemen. You going to explain the strike all?
Yes, I move to call up the strike all, and explaining that this strike all takes the House position. This is dealing with our tax credit program on new markets, and this takes the House position. There's been the current program is expiring this year. They have requested additional a new program with additional credits. The original Senate position was a substantial increase. The House position was a more modest increase, and so this takes the House position and inserts a reverse repealer to send this to conference so that we can learn a little bit more about what the Senate passed versus what the House passed, and hopefully come up with a compromise.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir.
You move final passage?
I do.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next item is item 2, Senate Bill 3105. I'd call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you've got a strike all, gentlemen.
Yes, I'd move to call that up.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. So this is the bill that deals with the heated tobacco products. We've discussed this at length this session. We had a House bill. So what this does is takes a strike all to what the Senate did, which the Senate had basically no tax in as far as the cigarette tax section. However, that is not the Senate's position, and they've made me aware of that, and I think they've got some other things they're working on the other end of the hall currently today. But what this does, this takes the House bill and inserts a 25-cent cigarette excise tax in lieu of the current 68-cent cigarette excise tax for this newly defined heated tobacco product, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Mr. Speaker, I have an introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much. Friends, if you would turn your attention to the North Gallery. I have with me some very special guests from the City of Lights, Canton, Mississippi. We have the State 5A Boys Basketball Champions, and they are being presented with a resolution by Senator Bradford Blackman. Give them a round of applause and make them feel welcome in the Capitol, please. I know that some of these fellas are probably headed for the NBA soon, so remember us here at the Capitol, and you all are welcome back anytime, and I have lunch for you on the second floor. Bradford, please bring them down. Thanks.
Welcome, gentlemen. Congratulations on a great season. You represented your school and your community well. You're to be congratulated. Thank you for being here. By the time you hit your first big NBA contract, I hope we've eliminated the income tax where you won't have to pay any in Mississippi. You can come live right here.
Preach.
All right, gentlemen. I thought he had a question on your strike all.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone wish to question the gentleman on the strike all amendment?
I'd move final passage.
All right, question recurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, it's not on my calendar, but I believe the clerk just reported this out, Senate Bill 2990. So I guess it would be item 3, even though it's not printed out on what I have.
You're correct, gentlemen. We did not produce a supplemental calendar for the one item. It is the one item that Madam Clerk read. That was the bill that was double referred that AET right. Went and met, correct? That's Senate Bill 2990, which is on the big board. Gentleman makes the usual motion. He calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
So this bill came over with a reverse repealer from the Senate. This is a similar bill to the...
And you're recognized to explain this strike call.
Thank you. Council had to get me right. We did have a strike call. It came over from the Senate with a reverse repealer. In order to change it, we changed the date on the reverse repealer. We got to get this to conference. This is dealing with the taxation rates for work done in the oil field services between the construction of commercial products, which is the 3.5% rate, versus the general 7% sales tax. There is some misunderstanding of when each rate is applied, so what we're looking at doing is providing one tax rate for anything in the oil field that might make it easier for them to do business. But that's still up for debate, so we need to get it to conference.
Questions on a strike call? I don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of strike call amendment 1. If you favor the strike call, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
No, sir. I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman? Ways and Means yields. All right. Have we missed anybody? Any chairman have an item on concurrence, non-concurrence, or on any other calendar before we suspend business for the day? All right, Madam Clerk, announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rules will meet after adjournment in the Rules Room. Local and private will meet 5 minutes after adjournment in Room 103. For tomorrow, Investigate State offices will meet at 9:30 in Room 204, and management will meet after adjournment tomorrow in 302.
Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow at 2:30 at Trustmark Park, we will have practice tomorrow at 2:30. Also, your jersey size, go by the clerk's office and tell them what size jersey you want. Your responsibility. Go by the clerk office. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Right
Gentlemen,
now, Hunter.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The clerk said right now.
Write it down in the clerk's office. Don't tell us.
She's got a sign-up sheet for you. Don't be doctoring on any of your friends' sizes that you see on there. Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I know it's early in the morning, but at 8 a.m., we're going to have our last first responder caucus for the year. Dr. Edney, our state health medical officer, will be presenting. He's going to be talking about EMS and our ambulance services situation they're in. So come and get you a biscuit, a cup of coffee about 8 o'clock, and have some good fellowship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Investigate State Offices Committee, be watching for a text. There's a possibility we won't have the information in. We haven't gotten it yet that I know of, so be watching for a text. It may cancel or tell you to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to introduce our doctor of the day, Dr. Brian Rifkin, who is here from Hattiesburg Clinic. Can we all make him feel welcome? Thank you, doctor, for being here.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you for being here. All right. Any further announcement by any member before we adjourn for the day? All right. I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House will stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
On notice. He's getting ready to get in.